Okay. uh, I think we're good now. What's up, boys? It do be me. How's everybody doing? I got some new stuff in, if you could see. Oh, hey, Troyol? I think. Something like that. I'm on screen, yeah! Friggin', I had to go and fix a bunch of stuff. So, sorry about that, but yes, we are back. We are back. Let me get my phone set up to capture my stuff. I mean, top left. Yeah. I got you. Okay. We are ready to game. Okay. Continue. Okay, got to go forward. Alright, see you going. Before I go. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me get ready. Oh, I bit my cheek earlier. There we go. Okay. Sleepy.
Keiichi-kun, でっかいあくび。
I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but doesn't look like I can do it today.
ゆうべ遅くまでテレビ見てたら眠くて。
ケイちゃんが喜びそうな番組なんかやってたっけ
Hey yo.
不潔千番でございますわ。
Got him.
ちょっと待て、勝手に想像して決めつけるんじゃね
え。男の子なら当然です。恥ずかしくないですよ。
Oh lord. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse.
ちょっとこの昼休みは爆睡させてくれ。いやほんとマジで。
あら、私が黙って見過ごすとお思い
Good point.
邪魔したら怒る。
Dude.
すごい怒る。
Yeah, very believable there, Keiichi. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded, but I pretended not to hear.
で。さとこちゃんやめなよ。ケイイチくん寝ちゃった。寝顔かいい。後でお持ち帰りしていいから。そっとしときな。向こうへ移動しましょうです。ケイイチにうるさいと悪いですよ。
Rika-chan really is a good girl.
先生が来ても起こさないであげましょうです。
Hold on, wait. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi-san that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if that incident with Tomitake-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oishi-san just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it... Excuse me, sorry. If I had never learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi-san for this.
それっていつから？もう次の日にはいなかったって。
Uh-oh.
綿流しの晩に失踪したらしいよ。
Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Reina's voice was even harder to pick up. But I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomitake-san?
さん、けなの？わかんない。私の知る限りではね。
I'd have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation, it was much easier just to sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait, why'd I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung.
で、他にもいるんでしょ？彼女がたたりにあったのか、鬼隠しにあったのかはわかんないけどね。
Onikakushi? Oh, you had the same question. Onikakushi? Onikakushi? To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good.
いや、何にせよ、もう一人いるんだよね。だよね。お社様なら、ね。でも、今年は、出ないよ。バッチャと村長さんが話してたんだけどさ、今年は、事前に警察と話がつけてあるらしいんだよ。何が起こっても騒ぎにしないで穏便に片付けるって。じゃあ、レナたちが知らないだけで、どこかで誰かが、かもしれないってこと？かもね。次は、レナかな。安心しなよ。レナはちゃんと帰ってきたよ。でも、ダメだったんでしょ？昔の話だよ。もうやめよ、この話。
Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of this conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term onikakushi, to be demoned away by the context it was used in. I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. I suspected that was what it meant because Tomitake-san and that woman, really bugged me that I didn't know her name, vanished after the Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out was what Reina said. There's another one, right? Mion also said if it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, yeah, responding to something. If If it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of Onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. I recalled Tomitake-san's terrible end. It wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would best be described as cursed. And then the woman with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away? What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Reina. Reina was frightened. For what reason? I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Oishi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that was the case, then I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Reina. From her composure, I could infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Oishi-san, informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep. It made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek answers to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events.
先生が来るでございますわよ。
Back to cheerful music.
ケイチさん、起きなさいな。
You must awaken. Hey, fucking Keiichi awakens like the damn Pillarman. Fucking JoJo poses it up. In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signal, signaling the start of afternoon classes. Gah! I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Oof! There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Ooh! Circumstantial evidence was enough. Guilty without trial! Capital punishment! I furiously jumped up from my seat. And I tripped as my feet were caught tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together!
やるじゃねえか、サトコ俺が寝ている間に気配を消してこれだけの上等をやってくれるだよ。
The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko.
先生が来ましたよ、ケイチさん。
Uh-oh.
着席遊ばせ。
Clomp, clomp, wish, boif. Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead.
ふわ
Uh-oh.
ケイチさんがいじめた。
Of course.
ほら。
Wait, I haven't seen the teacher sprite yet. Oh, that's not bad. That's like probably the most normal of the old school sprites, to be honest.
前原くん、下級生をいじめてはいけません。謝りなさい。
I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me. That little brat!
ほら、前原くん。
へいへい、謝りますよ。さとこさんごめんなさい。
In any case, I apologized, even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her. I'll remember this.
ケイちゃん、その恨みは部活でね。
True.
着席。
I sat down after Mion told me to. She'd switched to class representative mode. I was about to say that do be the schoolyard. With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I would like to play that deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oishi-san. Reina and I weren't even able to test our strategy.
そうだね。今日こそケイチくんと二人で大勝利だよね。
Yeah!
でもどうでしょうね。同じゲームを続けて2日やった試しはありませんし。ミーにお願いしてみたらどうでしょうです。
Mion looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up.
いっけね。今日おじさんの手伝いの日だ。
Oh?
悪いみんな、今日なし。
Oof.
おじさんの手伝い？柄にもなく高校なやつだな。
That...
悪い。ほんとすっかり忘れてた。じゃあごめんねみんな。今日はおじさんこれで帰るわ。
This old man. God dang it. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag.
みーちゃんね、たまに街にあるおじさんのお店の手伝いに行くんだよ。
Ah, I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff.
バイト代が出ると言ってましたですわ。結構なお小遣いになるらしいですの。
I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games with what she saved up from there.
しかしそれはアルバイトと言うんじゃないのか？校則で禁止されてないか？
家事手伝いは除くと書いてありますです。
Ah. Is that what she's calling it? Is that what he calls it? So what now? Pass on the club today?
じゃあ、今日はこれで解散かな
別に部長不在でもいいだろう。やろうぜ、部活。
I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game from that ever-growing pile of games.
お、あった昨日の推理ゲーム。ようやくコツが分かってきたところで中断しちゃったからな。
At the very least, I wanted to repay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break.
私は構いませんけど、レナさんとリカはどういたします？ケイチくんがどうしてもって言うなら、ちょっとだけいいかな。僕は、みんなが揃っての方がいいなと思いますです。
I mean, does it really matter? There's like 4 people there. When she says it like that...
部活がないなら、僕はお買い物に行きたかったのです。お醤油とかを買いに行きますですよ。あ、そうでしたわね。すっかり忘れてましたわ。なら、レナも久しぶりに宝探しに行こうかな。
What's this now? Everyone was no longer in the mood for club activities. If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Ah well, I'll give up this time.
ちぇこのゲーム、楽しみにしていたのにな。
I shuffled through the cards as if I were still caught up on it.
またの機会に叩きのめして差し上げましたよ。
犯人はサトコ。凶器はピストル。やはり貴様の仕業だったか。
なんですって？じゃあ。
Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out 3 of them at me.
犯人はケイチ。
Oof!
凶器はロープで、犯行現場はラウンジですわ。
ロープなんかいらねえ。
I don't need no rope.
このまま絞め殺してやら。
Uh-oh.
いやー、ケイチさんの毛玉な。
Oh my god! He just beat the shit out of her. Phew. Well, I guess it's good that I got it out of my system. You can't just beat the shit out of a child. Oh, maybe he just flicked her again. Okay, never mind.
ケイチさん、覚えてらっしゃい。いっぱいいたぶられましたですね。かわいそです。
Ne-
かい。
Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Reina, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion. Satoshi? Oh no! Satoshi? Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Bum. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall.
ケイチくん、早く片付けよう。
Being rushed by Reina, I finished up quickly. Toko and Rika-chan had already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Reina had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave.
レナ、やっぱりこのクラスからも転校で出て行っちゃった生徒って結構いるんだろ？
I tried asking Reina in a bit of a roundabout way. Reina made a troubled face and then answered.
うん。ひなみ沢って田舎でしょ？ 転校していっちゃう人も時々いるよ。
じゃあ、このサトシってやつも転校してったのか？
Uh-oh. Mm.
ごめ
Uh-oh.
ん、よく知らないの。
No, she knows. She knows. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate.
その、意地悪で言ってるんじゃないの。ちょうど去年、レナが転校してきてから入れ替わりだったかな。だから、あんまりお話ししたことないの。
That's sus. That's sus.
ごめんね。
I am not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial and felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment, I wondered just what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance.
ケイチくん、怖い顔してる。なんでだろう、なんでだろう。
It's probably exactly the kind of face Raina said it was. It appeared my grim expression and frightened her.
あ、ごめん。今日の部活、楽しみにしてたからさ。残念だっただけだよ。
I rustled Raina's hair.
帰ろうぜ。
Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my daily, everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry.
ケイチくん、疲れてるのかな
Reina timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling.
そうか？
うん。今朝からケイチくん、なんだか元気ないよ。風邪かな？
Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had pretty perfect attendance since elementary school. Reina continued on since I didn't give her an answer.
きっとケイチくん、引っ越しの疲れが今になってきたんだよ。前に住んでたところとは全然違うところだもん。いろいろ慣れたり覚えたり、疲れて当然だよ。
そうなのかな？
うん。絶対にそうだよ。レナも最初そうだったから。わかるんだよ。だよ。
I wondered if Reina was also experienced the slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt.
レナがひなみ沢に転校してきた時の話が聞きたいな。どんなだった？
Feeling I had drawn into the conversation, her face suddenly brightened.
ケイチ君と同じだよ。人の名前も村の中も全然わかんなかった。みーちゃんとかが親切にしてくれたから全然寂しくなかったけど、やっぱり心細かったよ。
Sorry, give me just a second, guys. Reina told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times.
じゃあ、レナもサトコにやられたのかよ。
うん。椅子に座ろうとしたら画鋲が置いてあったの。
Now that's just cruel. To just do to a bunch of people. Like, come on, bro.
どっさり。
Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. I was texting and stuff. Mochi, how are you? Sees the games. I ain't gonna ask. You're muted, but wait, you're good. How you doing, Icy? Everything good? Hope your day is going well.
そしたらそれを懐かしいな。
ミオンの部活にはいつ頃誘われたんだ？早速初日にか？
うん。最初は部活なんてなかったんだよ。途中からできたの。放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い出して。
そういえば、ミオン初代部長とか言ってたっけな。納得。
内緒だけどね、みーちゃん最初は弱かったんだよ。全然勝てなかった。
ミオンが？ちょっと想像つかないぞ。
You win some, you lose some, you know.
自分で言い出した罰ゲーム、ほとんど自分でやってたんだよ。本当に内緒だからね。
I can't believe Mion was like that. Okay, I'm still caught up. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary during that time. I feel like that's kind of rude. But But go off, Keiichi. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty.
みーちゃん以外ともちょっとずつお友達になれて、でも、ケイチくんが引っ越してきてからかな。ようやくここに馴染めたって自覚したのは、
I guess Reina had also been left in the dark about Oyashira-sama when she had just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashira-sama, I'd be considered one of them.
俺はいつになったら仲間だと認めてもらえるんだろうな。
なんて言ったの？
いや、ごめん。独り言。
ケイチくん変なの。
Reina was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke.
なあ、レナ。
Uh-oh.
みんなは俺に嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな。
Uh-oh.
してないよ、全然。
Yeah, that's bullshit.
嘘だろ。
Reina suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. Oh!
どういう意味だろう。ケイチくん。
Uh-oh. Didn't like that. Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before.
してるよな。俺に隠し事を。
Uh-oh. After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect.
じゃあさ、ケイチくん。
Oh, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't like this. Where is my mother? The sprite switch. I know, right? Where do you get your visual novels from? It is a magical place called Steam, I see. But, I'm scared. You know, wait. I want to see if this has an old style one. It was definitely a remake one. I can't tell. I can't tell if that's... I want my mother.
ケイチくんこそ、レナたちに嘘や隠し事を。
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my goodness. Nani! Chat, save me. Kill Reina, protect Rika. She just wants a pet. Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Reina. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Reina.
してないかな。
Oh my god. Oh my. Chat. Okay, Raina, I'll admit, I've been playing other visual novels. I see how could you. I see you absolute fiend. How could you be playing other visual novels? Okay, I'm just doing this just out of curiosity, basically. Wait, let me make sure I'm on console. Alright, I'm on console.
嘘や隠し事
I can't help it.
してないかな
You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake-san, and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. Man. Oh man. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened to Tomitake-san to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. Then, aren't we even?
知ってないよ。
You ain't fooling her at this point.
嘘も。隠し事も。
嘘だよ
Oh my god! That was quick. She's like, yeah, no, you ain't pulling that on me. Have you checked itch.io? It's a site full of games and visual novels made by fans and the underrated. Ooh, I might have to check that out. Her answer was instant, and it shook me. Reina stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk.
どうして嘘だって。
You know why.
圭一くん、昨日の部活の時、先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってたって言ったよね。
I don't like this Reina. I want to go back to Goofy Reina.
レナは知ってるよ。圭一くんは職員室になんか行かなかった。
We're fucked. We're actually fucked. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened.
先生はお客さんが来たって言ったんだよね。でも、昇降口ではお話ししてなかった。校門のところの車の中で。
Oh my god! Oh, she knows. She knows everything. She actually knows everything. She knows way too fucking much.
知らないおじさんと。
Oh my god. Reina knew everything. It's where a lot of people get their games and stuff there free as well. Ooh. She knew that I was called out by Ueshi-san and that I heard about the incident with Tomitake-san as well. Did she know all of it?
誰？あのおじさん。
知らない人だよ。
知らない人がなんで圭一くんに用があるの？
With someone we don't know, meaning that she probably asked the others. Yep. Yep.
俺が知りたいよ。
じゃあ何の話をしていたの？
みんなとは関係のない話だよ。
It was a lie.
嘘だ！
Oh! Oh my god. Reina's scream echoed through the trees. That fucking shook me. Wait, I didn't, miss anything, right? Okay. Sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here. I first realized. The person in front of me. She wasn't Reina Ryugu. Then who was it standing before me now? Who had assumed Reina Ryugu's appearance? I had held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating.
Ne?
Well, looks like Reina time has come to expire. Wink, wink. I mean, you're alone in the forest, perfect places to hide evidence. Ugh. And then she made a facial expression that Reina normally might have made. It didn't matter that it was Reina's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. Oh my god. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was, with Reina's face, was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me.
圭一君に内緒や隠し事があるように、レナたちにだってあるんだよ。
Oh, God. It was Reina's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Reina, frightened me to the core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long empty silence, I finally spoke.
行こう。だいぶ涼しくなってきたよ。
It was Reina again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Reina was out of sight.
あれは、誰だったんだよ。
I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again. If Rika died, I swear. I feel like Rika's in on it. I feel like that whole group is in on it, like it's gotta be. Who was that person? Who looked like Reina Ryugu? God dang, dude. Oh my god. That shit got me, dude. Like, that actually freaking got me. I'm not one to be, like, spooked super easily, but god dang, dude. Let me take care of something real quick. Sorry, chat. One. I could use this as an excuse to freaking calm my nerves, at least. I'm not a crybaby, I swear. Oh my goodness. Ah, frick, man. Frick, frick, frick. Well, she's number one on the list. Oh my god. Just a sec. I'm sorry. I'm taking so long. Oh. Hold on. God dang it, all this stuff. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's my gap. There it is. Come on now. Aha! Wait. Where's my... Where's my goddamn thing? Where'd I put it? Wait, actually... Where did I put it? That is actually a fantastic question. What the fiddlesticks? Where did it go? Okay, you know what? Let me catch up on chat real quick. Okay. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Mochikuma, the totally most professional and not at all scuffed streamer, has returned. Sorry about that. I was dealing with some payment stuff and I was just getting some stuff sorted. So apologies, but we are back. Oh yeah, okay. Let me see. I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and asked myself once again, who was that person who looked like Reina Ryugu? I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Reina going off on me? No, that's not right. It was someone else who only looked like Reina. Then, who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling. Knowing that was someone else, not Reina. So tomorrow, I shouldn't have a problem talking to Reina like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head. Though those thoughts continued swirling around in my mind. Also, hey soldier, dude, you missed it earlier. Freaking, yeah. Spooky stuff. Spooky stuff happened. Finally, I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs.
Keiichi? 本屋さんから電話よ。
Uh-oh. Bookstore? Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I didn't go to bed until like 8 a.m. I'm not surprised, but I'm very disappointed in you. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Uh-oh.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申します。
大石さん？大石さんじゃないですか。
ごめんなさいね。ご両親が出られたので、本屋さんということにしておきました。警察ですって名乗ると、いろいろ気分を害されるでしょうしね。
I have a good reason I was listening to music. I don't think that's a good reason. Oishi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor.
夜分遅くにすみませんですね。
Dude, he's gonna look out his fucking window, and Reina's gonna be like, who you talking to? I'm dead ass, dude.
実は昨日渡した電話番号のメモ、あれ古い番号だったんです。本当に申し訳ない。これから申し上げる番号を控えておいてもらえますか。
あ、はい。どうぞ。
He gave me the number for his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up.
さて、どうでしょう、前原さん。何か変わったことはありましたか？
I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed.
大石さんは、ここの地元の方ですか？
ええ、そうです。生まれも育ちも沖宮ですよ。
If he's from around here, he might know.
大石さん、鬼隠しって何のことか知ってますか？
それはですね、人が鬼にさらわれ、忽然といなくなってしまうことなんです。このあたり独特の言い回しですね。世間様で言う神隠しと同じ意味です。
Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything.
南沢は、前原さんにこんなこと言っていいんでしょうか。
もったいぶらないでくださいよ。大石さんが言わないなら、俺も何も言いませんよ。
いやいや、そういう意味じゃないんですよ。ただ気を悪くされないかと思いましてね。実はですね、ひなみ沢はその昔、鬼の住む里って呼ばれて、恐れられていたんですよ。
鬼って地獄にいる金棒を持った
The pitchfork carrying things in a very simplistic sense, I guess.
というよりは人食い鬼ですな。
Yeah, that sounds more accurate.
里に降りてきて人をさらって食い散らかしてしまう。なんて怖い昔話があるんですよ。
Demon snatching up people is what this Oni... Wow, I messed that up. Oni Kakushi really means.
たたりと鬼隠しは一緒に起こるって言ってましたけど、どういうことですか？
I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row. But I didn't know that there were people disappearing for those same 5 years.
たたりと鬼隠しが必ず一緒に？それは初めて聞きました。そうなんですか、前原さん。
それは俺が聞きたいですよ。レナとミオンが話してたんです。お社様のたたりなら必ずたたりと鬼隠しが起こるって。
Oishi-san began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind?
前原さん、最初の事件ご存知ですよね。バラバラ殺人。
ええ。6人の犯人のうち1人はまだ逃走中なんですよね。
例えばそれ、逃走中じゃなく鬼隠しにあったんじゃないでしょうかね。
Oh. Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off.
じゃあその翌年の事故はどうです？誘致派の男と妻が一緒に事故死したんですよね。
実はですね、正式には事故死したのは夫だけなんです。
Wait, what?
妻は死体が上がりませんでしたから。
Huh?
現行法では死体が発見されない限り行方不明扱いなんですよ。
Oh. At the time of the incident, with the river below the cliff being muddy rapids, the police divers had searched every branch of the main stream of the river for dozens of miles. But in the end, they weren't able to find her body.
でも死体が見つからないだけで亡くなったんですよね。鬼隠しとは違うんじゃないですか？
死体が出ない以上、亡くなったとは言えません。法律で定めた年月が過ぎるまで生存扱いなんです。
Not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality.
3年目はどうなんですか？神主は病死。妻は自殺ですよ。
前原さん、実はね、これも全く同じなんですよ。
Are you serious? The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa, meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in the front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somehow.
これらを鬼隠しと呼んでいいかちょっとわかりませんがね。前原さんの言う通り、確かに毎年一人行方不明になっています。
はあ。
今年の事件では、富武さんの連れの女の人が行方不明。じゃあ、去年の主婦の撲殺事件はどうです？誰か行方不明になりましたか？確か、犯人は逮捕されたんですよね。
ええ、逮捕されてます。以前に逮捕歴もあるやつでしてね。別件で取り調べ中に犯行を自供してます。ですがですね。
Don't tell me y'all fucking lost him.
犯人逮捕からしばらくして、被害者宅の子供が行方不明になったんです。
Oh.
犯罪に巻き込まれたのかどうなのか。
Oh.
現在も捜査してます。
Wait, do you guys think that child was Satoshi? Maybe.
だって、犯人は捕まったんですよね。それとも、その仲間が？
さあ、多分単独犯だと思います。もっとも、今では確かめようもないんですよ。実はその男、取り調べ中に拘置所内でお亡くなりになっちゃいまして。
He swallowed a spork and choked to death. It's not known whether it was an accident or suicide.
つまり、過去5年間、必ず死者と行方不明者が一人ずつ出ているわけなんですよね。
そうなります。いえね、私も驚いていますよ。こんな共通項には気づきませんでした。
I couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing of those incidents. It's just something they had in common.
例えば、鬼隠しにあって失踪した人には何か共通点があるとか。
Oishi-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the events.
1年目はダムの作業員。2年目は誘致派の男の妻。3年目は神主の妻。4年目は被害者宅の子供で、5年目は交際相手かな。特につながりはなさそうだし。
1年目はともかく、妻とか交際相手とか、そういう人が目立ちますな。
Yeah. It does seem like there are a lot. And that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would really have stood out if it were all married couples, except it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomitake-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly.
4年目に行方不明になった子供ってどんなだったんですか？
おとなしい感じの方だったらしいです。年はあなたの一つ上です。
Oh, it's Satoshi, isn't it?
名前は
I knew it!
サトシさん。
I fucking knew it, chat.
え？サトシ？
I fucking knew it. Listen, I literally called that. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year? Monka S.
あなたの学校に去年まで通っていました。話を聞いていませんか？
Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student? Then, where I sat, once belonged to the one who was demoned away. It was his seat? Monka S doesn't seem to show on screen even though it's enabled on your channel. Oh. I guess I'll just use... Oh. Sorry about that. I don't know how that chat box thing works. I'm not super good with technical stuff. Apologies. All good, okay. I recalled the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. The string of mysterious deaths. No, Oyashiro-sama's curse. I now knew how it was connected to me. That chilling sensation is the feeling of Oyashiro-sama caressing the back of my neck.
お社様のたたりか。
Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. And I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by a man and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually I'd reach the point where I'd learn something I really shouldn't know. Whether be none the wiser or just seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe it'll be next time. My execution could only be delayed by 1 year. That was when I remembered. Reina said she may be the next victim of the curse.
竜宮レナさんがですか？去年転校されてきた前原さんのクラスメートですよね。女の子には刺激の強い事件ばかりです。怖がるのも無理ないんじゃないでしょうかね。
It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it.
もっと確信じみたものだったように思います。なんていうのか、その。
She was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That someone who looked like Reina, but wasn't Reina. That might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Reina today came to me.
そうですか。では、こちらでも少し調べてみます。前原さんも少し竜宮さんの様子に注意してあげてください。
それは、レナを見張れってことですか？
そんな意味ではありませんよ、前原さん。 お友達が次の被害者にならないよう少し気にしてあげてほしいということです。
I guess that's a nice way to put it, in a way. Hey, I'm totally not suspecting your friend, I promise. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. I knew it! She's looking out the fucking window, isn't she? Knock, knock. Sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver.
Keiichi!
Oh, okay. Okay, oh my god. Wait, no. I thought that was Keiichi's... Wait, it might just be his dad. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? So late.
すみません、親父が来ました。今夜はこれくらいでいいですか？
ええ。夜分遅くに本当に申し訳ありませんでしたね。何かわかりましたら教えてください。こちらも進展がありましたらご報告しますよ。では、失礼します。
ケイイチ、早く開けてくれ。父さん、両手が塞がってるんだ。
Okay, yeah, it is just his dad out the door. What is Dad doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone that whole time, so my joints were aching. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea, a fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side. Everything you could ask for. This was quite the show of hospitality.
何父さん。それ、何のつもりだよ。
Wait, did he say 2 cups?
もう、はぐらかすなよ、ケイイチ。
Did he say 2 cups?
入るぞ。
Oh, maybe we're just chilling with Dad. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I've never seen him act this hospitable. Yeah, he said... What had gotten into him?
で、何の話をしてたんだ？
I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming he was. This late at night.
別に何も。友達だよ。
電話の話じゃなくて。来てたんだろう、今。
Huh?
レナちゃんが。
What? Huh?
来てないよ。
もう、ごまかさなくたっていいぞ。さっきレナちゃんが遊びに来てたじゃないか。だいぶ話し込んでるみたいだったから、お茶でもって思ったら、すれ違いだったんだよ。
I had no idea what Dad was talking about. But a cold sweat dripped down my back.
どのくらい話し込んでたかな。
レナちゃんが2階に上がったのが半くらいだったから、小1時間くらいかな。
2階に上がったの、父さん見たの？
ああ、見たよ。
Wait, so was that like... Was she like fucking posted up outside the door?
ケイイチの部屋は階段を上がって奥の扉だよって声もかけた。
Well, thanks, Dad! Dad's about to get us all killed! Raina came up to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. And about an hour passed. Passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. Came upstairs and about an hour passed. And passed by my dad and returned home. But then after she came upstairs, and until she left, where was Reina? She was outside your door listening. There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs. Meaning, Reina had, for about an hour, in the hall. No, she couldn't have been standing in front of my door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. I could easily hear everything being said inside. All of the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oishi-san about began rushing through my head.
お父さん、あまりからかっちゃダメよ。それより、アトリエを片付けて。またこぼすわよ。
Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with the disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Reina might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi-san, with my back turned, Reina was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time? No, 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 no. That is fucking terrifying. All that time in this dimly lit doorway? What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? Was the steam from the... She didn't want to interrupt her. she was just being polite. Like, damn, Katie, maybe she just didn't want to be rude. As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Dude, I knew I was right to not trust Reina. I knew I was right not to trust her. Notice from the police chief. July 1st, 1982. The departments 1 through 12. XX Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General XXX. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hinamizawa village, notice. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamizawa village have been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, following notice has been issued. I'm off to sleep. I'll watch the VOD tomorrow. See ya. Alright, Trial. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. 1. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya, Station 1982, Case Number X. Hinamizawa Village, housewife murder, dated June XX. Okinomiya, Station 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance, dated June XX. 2. Non-disclosure of information. Okinomiya Station 1979, case number X. Hinamizawa Village site foreman murder, dated June XX. Jiro Station 1980, case number X. Shirakawa Natural Park falling incident, dated June XX. Okinomiya Station 1981, case number X. Getting pretty late in the EU. Oh, you're from the EU, I see. Well, buddy, you have a good sleep now, alright? It's interesting. I don't think I've... Well, maybe. I'm not sure. I think you might be my first EU viewer. Glad to have you, though. You're very entertaining to chat with, so thank you about that. Hinamizawa Village, Shinto priest wife's disappearance, dated June XX. 3. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials of 1, 2, and 3. Management, XX Prefecture Police Headquarters. Maybe you have an NA-friendly schedule. I'll still try to make at least the beginning of the stream. No problem, no problem. Just the fact that you come by and visit my channel is good enough. I appreciate that much. Is the fact that you even consider dropping by. So, but listen, you have a good sleep. You get you plenty of rest. You tackle the day. You tackle the night, and then you have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you later, buddy. Management, XX Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line, XXXX. Police Affairs Department, XXXX. Okay. Maybe that was the report that Oishi was writing up then. Saving because I feel like I'm going to die in the next scene. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day.
What? ケイチ、今朝は顔色悪いわよ。昨夜は何時に寝たの?
It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. Oh my god, she was watching the man sleep! Felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. Oh, never mind. Told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, and I still didn't feel at ease.
風邪かもしれない。なんだか食欲ないんだ。
あら、ちょっと熱あるんじゃない？どうする？学校行ける？
I don't know if he should go to school. Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I haven't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Oh no. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Reina. It was Reina.
レナちゃん迎えに来ちゃったけど、どうする？
No.
お休みする？
Reina was a good girl. Might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Reina's fault. It was probably mine. I mean, it had to have been my cold. It just had to be.
休む。ごめん。
じゃあ、母さんが断ってきてあげるわね。
Mom headed off to the door. I'd have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Reina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep-deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I'd only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. Oh no! Oh no, we're fucked! It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would be back for dinner, but might be a bit late. On the note it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it in and go to the hospital." There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Okay, good. He's not staying alone at home, good. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Erie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. I must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen.
前原さん、診察室へどうぞ。
After half-heartedly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it just wasn't for that word.
やっぱり鬼隠しかいね。
どうかね。まだまだ若い子だけや。
Uh-oh.
駆け落ちかもしられへん。どこの誰とよ。季節のたびに東京門が来ちょったろ。でっけえカメラ持った若者が。あれと仲が良きゃったって話、知られへんの？
Are they talking about Tomitake-san? I could feel my ears perking up.
そら知らんけど。でも、普通駆け落ちっても仁義あるだろう。書き置きとか辞表とか書かんかいね。
すったらんかかんから駆け落ち言うんね。
わきゃ看護師さんの顔見られんようなるんは寂しいね。
Oh yeah, she was a nurse, wasn't she?
高野さんはしっかり者よ。
Oh, now he knows the name.
どこへ行ってもやっていけろん。
So her name was Takano-san? That woman with Tomitake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. Might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far in the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved.
前原さん、こんにちは。
Hey! It was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me.
今日はどうしたんです？学校はお休みですか？
ちょっと体調悪かったんで、今日は休みました。お昼を買って帰ろうとしてたところです。
そりゃよかった。実は私、お昼に行こうとしてたんですよ。よかったらご一緒にいかがです？
Sounds good.
ああ、お体に触るようでしたら構いませんよ。
I was just gonna lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold.
地元の食堂だと嫌でしょう。町まで行きましょう。
Yeah.
ちょっと走りますがよろしいですかな？私、おいしいお店知ってるんですよ。
I'd finally begun to understand what Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. Yeah, we just need to get the fuck out of this place as of right now if we're going to talk about stuff. I went with Oishi-san riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie.
ゆうべは遅くまですみませんでしたね。ご家族に怒られませんでしたか？
いえ。
I recalled Reina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake-san died.
富武さんの捜査は暗礁に乗り上げています。
Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye.
自分の爪で喉をかき破るという異常さから、幻覚作用のある何らかの薬物によるものだと信じているのですが、
Hallucinogens.
こういう症状、それも急激に引き起こす薬物はなかなかないらしいんです。もちろん、検視解剖もそれを念頭に置いて十分に行ったのですが、手がかりはやはりありませんでした。
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。体内に取り込まれると分解したりして、証拠が何も残らないなんて、そんな薬。
ありますよ。演歌作詞、何でしたっけ。まあ、結構あります。でもですね、富武さんのような症状を引き起こす薬物には、そういうものはないそうなんですよ。
じゃあ、警察は、富武さんは叩いて死んだって、そう言うんですか？
I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of the curse to be disassociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death.
悔しいですが、今のところは。ですが、死因はともかく、死ぬ前に何人かの人間に囲まれて暴行を受けたことだけは間違いありません。たたりでなく、人間が事件に関わっているのは疑いようがありませんよ。
That made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday.
2名です。タバコは、我慢します。
こちらへどうぞ。ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth.
どうです？このお店のウェイトレスさんの格好、可愛らしいと思いません？
Come on, man.
まあ、どうでしょうね。
このお店ね、いっつも大人気なんですよ。お料理よりも、ウェイトレスさんがね。
Oh my god.
あ
あ。
大石さん、目がやらしいですよ。
ん？そうですか？
Man, come on. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table.
昨日、ひなみ沢の昔話が出ましたよね。
ええ。人食い鬼の里だって言われてたって話でしたっけ？
私もあんまり詳しい方じゃないので、うちのばあ様に今朝ちょっと聞いてみたんです。
Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket.
なんでもですね、大昔はひなみ沢は鬼ヶ淵って呼ばれてたんだそうです。
Oh.
鬼ヶ淵。すごい名前ですね。
今でもその名前残ってるんですよ。神主の妻が受水自殺した沼の名前は今でも鬼ヶ淵と言うんです。沼の底の底は鬼たちの住む国とつながってると言われてたんだそうです。
Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous swamp.
でですね、鬼ヶ淵は恐れられていたと同時に崇められてもいたんだそうです。
Respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman creatures.
鬼たちはある種の仙人でもあったらしいんですよ。例えば、不治の病にかかった村人を鬼ヶ淵に運んで治してもらったりとかしたんだそうです。
Even if we were calling them demons, Tengu long-nosed goblins or Sanin would be a more apt description.
鬼って言っても、そんなに悪い人たちじゃないみたいですね。
でもそこはやっぱり人食い鬼らしいんです。ばあ様に聞いた昔話ではですね、息子を治療してもらった代償として、連れてきた母親を食わせろと、こうなるらしいんですよ。
Jesus.
息子を治療してもらった対価が自分ですか？それは怖いな。
もちろん、母親は息子を連れて逃げます。これをですね、鬼ヶ淵に住む村人、鬼たちがですね、全員で追いかけて取り囲んで捕まえたんだそうです。
Entire village, apparently. It's quite a frightening thing to imagine.
結局、母親も息子も捕まって食べられちゃったんだそうです。
Damn.
おしまい。
その話、矛盾がありますよ。当事者の二人が食べられちゃったんですから、その話が残るはずがありません。
ありゃ。昔話はこういうの多いですよね。
In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee.
でもですね、他の昔話にも結構あるらしいんですよ。鬼ヶ淵の鬼たちが総出で獲物を捕まえに来るというのは。
I recalled that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped.
鬼たちの獲物は常に一人で、しかも前もって決められているらしいんです。
え
That caught my attention. Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant.
ばあ様が言うにはですね、鬼の狩りの時には絶対に邪魔をしてはいけない。家に閉じこもって布団をかぶってろって言うんです。
つまり、どういうことですか？
獲物の人を助けたり、かくまったりしてはいけないんだそうです。鬼の狩りを邪魔しない限り、村人には危害を加えない。そういうルールなんだそうです。
Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities, in other words.
ルールを破ったらどうなるんです？
さあ、何しろ人食い鬼ですからね。
Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die. When there's a group that was going on the hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it.
じゃあ、大石さんは、やっぱり村ぐるみ、もしくは村人数人の犯行だと見てるんですね。
前原さんはどう思います？ああ、すみません。コーヒーのおかわりいいですか？
That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that you were both waiting for the other guy to say that last part. You waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking.
去年、サトシ君が失踪した頃から、私は不審に感じていたんです。
Oishi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee.
それで、サトシさんのお友達、つまり、前原さんのお友達グループの皆さんを、ちょっぴりだけ、本当にちょっぴりだけですよ。調べさせてもらったんです。
If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as I was now, I couldn't.
とてもつまらない話になります。前原さんがつまらないと感じたらいつでもおっしゃってください。終わりにしますので。
Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I had ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There are quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth.
お願いします。
That was all I could utter. Oishi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began.
1年目の事件の被害者は現場の監督さんだったんですが、事件の数週間前に園崎美音さんと取っ組み合いをしてるんですよ。何度か。
Oh. Oishi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up.
2年目の事件で誘致派の夫婦が事故に遭いましたよね。現場にはお嬢さんも一緒にいたんです。それが北条聡子さんなんです。
Wait. Satoko. Satoko!
え？聡子って、聡子？
Oishi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down.
3年目には神主夫婦が亡くなられますよね。そのお嬢さんが古出里香さんです。
Oh, that's who Furude is.
リカちゃんが？
Quiet down!
4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね。
Reina, wasn't it? That was Reina's mom.
北条聡子さんの義理のおばです。
Oh, never mind.
当時は聡子さんはご両親を事故で失っていましたので、預けられていたのです。被害者宅に。
I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. but clicking and clacking, and it snuck all the way to my feet.
ちなみに、4年目に失踪した北条聡さんは、聡子さんの実の兄になります。
Why is she so unbothered by her brother being away?
ちょっと、待ってください。
Come on, Keiichi, you couldn't tell that they were related after you just heard both their last names. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi. Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. Last of the things I shouldn't have heard.
被害者たちはなぜかあなたのお友達グループに全てつながるのです。
Oh.
偶然に決まってるじゃないですか。
前原さん、静かに静かに。みんな見てますよ。
Mion? Toko? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? Couldn't be. Just couldn't be. Oh, Reina is different, isn't she? Reina isn't connected with the victims at all.
竜宮レナさんは去年まで茨城の郊外にお住まいでした。まあ確かにいずれの被害者とも直接の面識はありませんが。
You said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying that she's also connected?
実は調べてみたら、竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
Huh?
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Oh.
レナが学校中のガラスを割った？
You need to fucking quiet down, Keiichi. Jesus Christ. Yelling everything. Oh my god, that's what happened? Jesus Christ. Oh my, I'm losing my mind. Shut up. Gonna freaking tell everyone. That same spacey Reina head? I couldn't even imagine it.
3日間の謹慎が明けた後も復学しなかったようです。その間に神経科に通院し、何週間かの間、投薬と医師によるカウンセリングを受けています。
I have no idea what that is. I wonder if she was something. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Reina's easygoing personality.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテに、レナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。その中に出てくるんですよ。
What does?
結構。
何がです？
I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret.
出てくるんですよ。お社様って単語が。
Oh. Felt like someone's stone cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Reina spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa?
お社様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
Jesus. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told.
その後、しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越されたんです。ああ、そうそう。レナさんは、よそ者なんかじゃないですよ。
え？
住民票で分かったんですが、竜宮一家は元はひなみ沢の住人です。レナさんがちょうど小学校に上がるときに茨城へ引っ越されたんです。
It's like it was calling her back then. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd hear on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension.
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？もう終わりにしましょうか。
Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here.
レナのことは分かりました。じゃあ、最後の被害者の富武さんはどうなんですか？誰と接点があるんですか？
Well, all of us, right? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal.
全員ですよ。
Yeah, like, come on, dude.
お忘れですか、前原さん。みんなで楽しくお祭りの晩を過ごしたじゃないですか。何人もの警官が皆さんの楽しそうな様子を見ていますよ。
Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush.
そろそろ出ましょう。ああ、前原さん。お昼の薬は飲みましたか？
I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Oishi-san said that. I got another glass of water and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got into the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. Please tell me our parents are back. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Thump. The big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car.
お家の前まで送りましょう。今日は病気でお休みだったんですよね。長々とお話ししてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
No, you're good, Oishi.
なんで俺に話すんですか？
I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer.
私、一応確認しましたよね。お話やめましょうかって。
じゃなくて、どうして俺に接触してきたんですか？
I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circles of friends who looked suspicious to Oishi-san.
私ね、今年で定年なんです。
Oh.
定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。だからこそ在職中にこの事件だけははっきりさせておきたかったんです。
で、大石さんは疑ってるんですよね。みんなを。
Oishi-san didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings.
これはこの道30年の勘です。前原さん、危ないのはあなたなんですよ。
Yeah, no shit. I wanted to reply with, "That's absurd," but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it.
私は今年で定年ですから、来年の綿流しの日にはもういません。だから今年中に決着をつけたいのです。
In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the next victim.
所長からも注意を受けています。一連の事件は個々に解決しているから蒸し返すなと言うんです。これは一種の圧力です。
圧力って何のですか？
ひなみ沢の誰かですよ。着きました。この辺でいいですか
After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we were 8. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
今日の話はすべて忘れてくださっても結構です。ですが、私は捜査を続けますよ。お社様のたたりは今年で終わらせます。
You got this, Oishi. I believe in you, Chad Oishi. This is the Chad of this game, is Oishi.
何かあったら連絡しろってことですか？
いいんですよ。前原さんがどうしても連絡したくなった時だけでいいんです。
I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying it.
ゆっくり休んでください。病気でお休みの時に良くない話ばかりして申し訳ありませんでしたね。
I didn't really give any sort of response.
私はいつでもあなたの味方です。
Yeah!
それだけは信じといてくださいよ。
I believe in you, buddy.
それじゃあ、失礼。
The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. It was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole.
畜生。俺、死にたくないよ。
We won't let you die, Keiichi. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. We won't let you die, buddy. Don't you worry. We're on your side. Me and chat. Tell me his parents are back home. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. it'd probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably my mom. Oh, she's not home? Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice.
Moshi, 前原ですけど。
お、生きてた。
Oh
もし
no.
もーし。
Oh no.
ミオンだけど。具合はどう？
Oh no.
圭一のお友達ですか？圭一は休んでますけど。変わりましょうか？
お父様で？すみません。
Got him. Fucking pranked.
バカで引っかかってやがるよ。
After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me.
元気そうで安心したよ。レナもすっごく心配してたよ。
I bet she was.
さとこはざまあないですわって喜んでたな。
But
リカちゃんは病気でかわいそうですってさ。
チェ、みんなで勝手に大盛り上がりしてたみたいだな。
まあまあ。でさ、ケイちゃん。お見舞いに行っちゃ都合悪いかな。
perhaps.
お見舞い？いいよ、そんな。重病人ってわけじゃないんだから。
No, don't! Oh my god, Keiichi.
うちのバッチャが山ほどおはぎを作ってさ。
Mochi? Ora? Mochi?
お裾分けに持ってけって言ってんだよ。だから持ってくね。
Alright, I'm down.
おいおい、風が移っても知らねえぞ。
おじさんもレナもおバカさんだから大丈夫。じゃあね。すぐ行くから。
Wait, both Reina and you? She hung up cheerfully. Reina's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Reina, but I guess if she was with Mion... I don't know why you would let them into your house after all that, dude. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later.
どんな感じ？ちゃんと薬飲んで寝てた？
そりゃもうしっかりとな。
元気そうでよかった。心配してたんだよ。
I bet you were, Reina.
悪かったな。明日にはもう大丈夫だよ。
Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions.
ちょっとお邪魔しようかと思ったけど、まだ本調子じゃないみたいだね。
そうか？
It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen.
じゃあこれ、ケイチくん。みーちゃんのおばあちゃんが作ってくれたおはぎだよ。
Don't eat that shit, that's laced with poison. I'll bet you anything. Reina held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty.
サンキューな。ミオンのばあちゃんによろしく伝えといてくれよ。
That shit's laced with poison, Keiichi. Don't eat it.
その中にね、レナが作ったのも混じってるんだよ。
Yeah, especially don't eat that one.
ケイチくんに見つけられるかな？
Yeah, probably be the one that fucking kills you.
これ、今日の部活を欠席したケイちゃんへの宿題ね。 おはぎにアルファベットがついてるから、明日回答すること。
お見舞いなのか部活なのか、どっちかにしろ。
うんうん。元気元気。これなら明日は大丈夫そうだね。
この騒ぎで熱がぶり返したらどうしてくれんだよ、まったく。
みーちゃん、あんまり騒いじゃ悪いよ。もう行こう。お家の人にも怒られるよ。
Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess.
そうだね。もう行こっかね。
Okay, that's good. At least they think the parents are home. That way they can't do some fuck shit.
そうそう、ケイちゃん。
Uh-oh.
なんだよ。
お昼、何食べた？
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck. We're fucked. Sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate.
表で食べたよ。
She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I made, there was a pause before they replied.
ケイチくん、お昼は外食だったんだね。
Oh, we are so fucked. The glimmer from Reina's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
どう？美味しかった？
なんでそんなことを聞くんだよ。
Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There's no way they could have known where I was.
渋いおじさまとご一緒だったみたいだけど。誰？
Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
へえ。ケイチくん、それ誰？
Don't tell her! Don't tell them! Don't tell them! Don't sell out my boy!
ひょっとして、この間の人かな？かな？
No, 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 no. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This is no longer a bluff. They knew everything.
なんでそんなことわかるんだよ。
It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. Quick, Keiichi, blast them with your blue eyes, white dragon. My knees were shaking.
さーてね。おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever.
で、ケイちゃん、何のお話をしてたの？
随分と熱くなってたみたいだけど。
みんなの話はしてないよ。ミオンともレナとも関係ない。
聞いてもないのにレナたちの名前が出るなんて、なんだか怪しいな。
Reina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like I was going to explode.
ま、何を隠れてやろうとも、おじさんにはすべてお見通しってこと。それだけを忘れないでくれればいいかな。
I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly.
ケイチくん、顔色悪いよ。もう横になった方がいいと思うな。
そうだね。私たちはもう帰ろう。
As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze pierced at me once again.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
ああ。
明日、学校休んじゃ嫌だよ。
Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off into the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. He knew what Oishi-san and I talked about? Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard. In the beginning, when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing. And they were warning me that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but they were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that they may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against?
何バカなこと考えてんだよ、俺。
I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare. For some reason, it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi. When did I become such a pessimist? Dude, are you kidding me? How are you not more suspicious of them, dude? Frickin' they sat there and stared you down and questioned you. It was like, yeah, we know everything. Bro, they are trying to kill you, my guy. Calm down, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. He must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? And we're just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. Yeah, I'm sure, brother. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Reina. I was just being strangely ambiguous when I met with Oishi-san, and Reina was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Reina, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. My man's on some copium right now. I felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like that there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they really were kind to me. Reina was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion was also a really good person. Didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person of that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. And hearing Oishi-san that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't even ask Tomitake-san about the past incidents on the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. If I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why they... game into Tomitake-san. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. Wait! Whoa, Keiichi, hold on! They'll probably game into Oishi-san as well. Trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Yo, Keiichi! Okay, hold on, Keiichi. Let's calm down. Besides that, he is unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be game-ended. Both Tomitake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. Come on! Keiichi, calm down. Just calm down. Reel it back. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just game end. Okay! Keiichi! It wasn't their fault. was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault, it wasn't their fault, it wasn't their fault, it wasn't their fault! I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up. The ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all.
あ、そうだ。おはぎ食べないと。
No, don't eat those!
どれがレナの手作りか当てないといけないんだよな。
I remembered the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, Club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I'd dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. Fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters from left to right. On the newspaper, A, B, C, D, and E. Now then, he said Reina made one of these. I would wonder which one. Wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandmother was, but Reina's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. Well, that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out.
この一個がレナのか否かが勝負の分かれ目みたいだな。
Do not eat those. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was to give some out, if I remembered correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Reina? She probably only made 1. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one Reina had made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Reina made it, I probably wasn't a trap.
よし。お茶も準備 OK。
Don't eat it! Don't eat it! Don't eat it!
まずはディフェンディングチャンピオンのミオンのばあちゃんからだ。どれ？
Not bad. Smooth bean paste and soft chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. He's fucked. Now, how about Reina's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first a bite. It was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. The deciding factor would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Reina the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I'd only had 1 bite of Reina's. I'd probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached into it with my fingers and grabbed it. What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi as I was eating as fast as I could. I told you not to eat it! It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbfounded by my own actions. What was I doing? Reina had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Reina's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. As a fucking needle or something. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Yes. There was a hole for where thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. I told you not to eat it! Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well. Quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew. Let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. A sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both my hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Was it? That was poison, wasn't it? Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat. Plop. Splart. Splort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. Here lies Keiichi, the biggest dumbass in the world. I know, right? Like, Soldier, if you was in that situation, would you not, at the very least, if you was so curious, like, open it up with your hands and, like, feel around in it? Like, that's what I would do. I would, like, if I was like, maybe they weren't trying anything, I would fucking open that shit with my hands first, before anything. This wasn't a threat or a warning, or a reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Himizawa? What is happening in Himizawa? Yeah, I would make sure it's safe to eat. Yeah, what would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Reina and Mion and others, they consider me as an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. My boy, I don't think it matters. I think they're gonna kill you just off vibe alone. from what I can gather, bro. Drug that makes you kill yourself? Threat. Oh, that must have been the drug they were talking about earlier. Let's see. Few new tips. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide?
単刀直入に自殺させる薬ってないんですか？
I feel like it could exist.
直接的にはない。
遠回しですね。では間接的にはあるってことですか？
I think bath salts can lead indirectly to it.
自殺したくなる精神状態を誘発することはできる。ちゅうことだ。
難しい言い方になりましたね。何ですか、その自殺したくなる精神状態ってのは。
例えば、一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに、最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。
Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state.
内向状態の時は自信を喪失し非常に悲観的だ。だが自殺もせん。自殺をする気力すらないからだ。逆の状態もまた自殺をせん。今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので、自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺などせんのだ。
なるほどね。どっちの状態でも自殺をしないのに、状態が入れ替わるときに自殺するんですか？
内向状態には自殺願望はあるが、自殺という大仕事を遂げる気力すらもない。だが、外向状態が始まると、徐々に気力が充実し、体の自由が利くようになってくる。
なるほど。つまり自殺する気力が回復するわけですね。
そういうことじゃのう。だからこの時期に変な気を起こさんように処方箋を施すわけじゃな。
では、富武氏はこの心理状態だったんですかね。
一般的に自殺はちゃんとした文化的な手法で行われる。道具を使用してな。
Yeah, they probably don't rip their own throat out.
自虐行動とは全く違うぞい。
富武氏の自殺は文化的じゃないですよね。ではやっぱり何かの中毒と考えるのが自然ですか。最初に言った自殺したくなる精神状態を起こす薬ってのを教えてください。
鎮痛薬の一部には心理を内向から外向に過剰転換させる効果があると報告されとる。それから催眠作用を持つ薬を異常摂取した場合にも異常行動が報告されとるが、あまり一般的ではないのう。
その二つは検視の報告だと違うみたいですね。他の可能性は？
あとは病気しか考えられん。甲状腺異常を引き起こす病気にしばしばそれに似た症状が報告されとる。だが、それらは概して特徴的な症状が多い。仏は違うのう。
もっと突発的に発生するものはありませんかね。今回のケースと合うような突発性で自殺したくなるようなやつです。
他には、そうじゃな。脳障害によって精神に異常を発生する状態じゃな。 これは薬物中毒でも起こるが、脳の外傷や一部の病気なんかでも起こる。
つまり、薬によらなくても異常な精神状態に陥る可能性があると？
仏は犯人に囲まれて命に危険が迫っとったんじゃろ。極度の緊張が続いて、それに分泌異常が重なって、さらに打ちどころが悪くて脳に障害が起こり、自虐行動に走った。可能性もあるかもしれんのう。
もうちょっと省略して言ってくれませんかね。
つまり、乱闘中に豆腐の角に頭ぶつけて、それで異常が発生したと言っとるんだ。
じゃあ、星には殺意はなかったってことですかね。ちょいと小銭を巻き上げようと思ったら、たまたま殴りどころが悪かったと。
The two plump men laughed hoarsely.
なんてわけはありませんね。
いかにも。薬物の常用にせよ、精神的なものにせよ、仏の身元が鍵を握っとるぞい。そっちはどうなっとるんじゃ。
あら、こんな時間。そろそろ戻らないとクマちゃん怒っちゃいますね。
おお、頑張れよ。いいお年をの。
いいお年を。
Threat.
おや？今の皆さんは確か。
議員バッジが2人いたっすね。
じゃあ、県議と市議の園崎だ。
面白いっすね。親戚同士で県議と市議やってんすか。
これがずるいんですよ。お互いの名前で慈善運動バンバン。片方の選挙中にはもう片方が別に講演会を開いて二重に選挙運動やってんですよ。堂々と。
よくわかんないんすけど、それって公選法違反じゃないんすか？
慈善運動にならない限り政治活動は無制限ですからね。クマちゃん、そんなんじゃ選対本部好きになった時大変ですよ。公選法くらいは勉強してください。
俺、知能犯化は無理っす。バカですから。
As prefectural assembly members Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. So they're all influenced by the Sonozaki family. What crap.
お見送りしてんのは、副所長とうちの課長っすね。
It came to me. That night when the department chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that was it.
大石さんは友達多いから聞いてるかもしれないけど、聞いてるかな？
いえ、何も。
お母さん、ガモにはんぺん頼みます。所長んとこに議員の怒鳴り込みがあったんだよ。
あれま、そうなんですか。あ、お母さん、私にもう一杯ください。
Prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them, like a yakuza.
ひなみ沢事件の捜査の仕方で、 君を指名して陳情してきたよ。
ありゃ、私？はてはて。
とぼけるなよ。例のひなみ沢の過去の事件。蒸し返してるだろ？
私、富武殺しで手一杯で、そんな余裕ないですよ。な。
本当に？本当にそうならいいんだけどさ。
Oh. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink.
いやー、ごちそうになっちゃいました。今月は負けっぱなしだったんで財布つらかったんですよ。助かりました。
いや、いいよ。また馬教えてよ。大井さんと同じ馬を買うから。
最近はダメです。馬の声がさっぱりですから。タクシー！
I'm going by train. Department chief has taken a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address.
ではではまた明日。良いお年を。
大井さん。
Uh-oh.
はいはい。
過去の事件は全部個別に終わってる。縦に並べるのはやめるんだよ。村の連中は半ば本気でタタリを信じてるんだから。
私だってタタリなんか信じちゃいませんよ。
大石さんは来年で退職じゃないですか。退職金でローン返してお母さんと北海道に引っ越すんじゃなかったっけ？
ばあ様がどうしても生まれの北海道に帰りたいって泣くんですよ。最後のご奉公なんです。退職金はまあ歓楽街で楽しむことにします。な
所長は退職時特別昇給を見直すかもってさ。
Public servant severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant.
さすがインテリの若所長は言い出すことが模範的です。でもまあ、私たちの給料が血税で支払われてることを思えば、まあ、時代の流れですかね。
Certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway.
僕も模範的なこととは思わないよ。でもまあ、大石さんはそれだけの退職金をもらってもおかしくない活躍をしてきたからさ。僕としてはぜひもらってほしいんだよ。
もらえるもんならそりゃ欲しいですけどね。
もらえるよ。大石さんが大人なら。
運転手さん、引き止めてすみませんね。お願いします。
I'll close the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit ruefully. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights.
参ったな。ローン返済できるかな。
Wonder how many tips we have now. We've got that old page. And we've got another whole page right here. We got 2 pages and then 1 extra. Interesting. Save again. Continue. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Oh, okay. Alright. I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door.
なに、ケイチどうしたの？
あ、ごめん。寝ぼけてた。
I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then, I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. It felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
どう、ケイチ？体の調子はどう？学校行けそう？
I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? What if it had pierced my tongue? It was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Reina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? Next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this.
ちゃんと病院は行った？お薬は飲んだの？
まあ一応。
Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill.
一度生活のリズムを崩すとなかなか戻らないんだから。さあ、起きて起きて。病は気からって言うのよ。
I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone.
ささ、顔洗ってらっしゃい。ご飯はもうできてるわよ。もうレナちゃんが来るまであんまり時間がないわよ。
Oh God. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day.
そうそう。今の壁にぼたもちを投げつけたのはケイチ？
Yeah, that was me.
ダメよ、あんなことしちゃ。お父さん、怒ってたわよ。
I would imagine so. didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. But Mion said, as she left yesterday, "I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow." Came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? It meant you better not miss school tomorrow. I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing had happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Is that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal.
そんな虫のいい話あるわけ?
I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. How could you even think that at this point? They literally fucking put a needle in your mochi. Are you fucking serious, dude? She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Bro, the mental gymnastics. Oh my god. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven.
Keiichi! ご飯冷めちゃうわよ。急いで降りてらっしゃい。早くしないとレナちゃんが来ちゃうわよ。
あ、今行くよ。
I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. My man, did you even take a shower? I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time, as I already passed when I usually met up with Reina. Given yesterday's event, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready and head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Reina. Day of all days, rice was dry and hard to get down. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Reina had arrived. Mom hurried me along.
ほら、レナちゃん来ちゃったわよ。急いで急いで。
My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Reina, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. Reina on the other side. Was it the Reina I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. We needed to do things as usual.
おはよ
An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway.
う。ケイチくん、遅かったから来てみたけど、今日はどうかなかな
The manner in which Reina was concerned was, without a doubt, the Reina I knew. That was probably only if I reciprocated. Get everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings, and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Reina and Mion were scary. Of course. Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi, too. No, don't come on, man! Forget! Reina once again asked to make sure.
学校、行けそう？
あ、大丈夫だよ。
よかった。じゃあ行こう。みーちゃん待ってるよ。
Reina showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief.
なのにさとこちゃんね、絶対にできるって意地になっちゃって。
As we were walking, Reina talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual.
それで？
さとこちゃん不吉祥だから何度やってもできないの。はう、かいかったんだよ。
Everything Reina talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us.
あれ？ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん。今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの？ミオンちゃん、先に行くって言ってたわよ。
みーちゃん怒ってるかな？怒ってるかな？早く行こう、ケイチくん。
After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Reina turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
ケイチくん笑った。
なんだよ。
Reina stopped and stared at me.
ケイチくん、今朝もなんか元気なかったから、まだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけど、大丈夫みたいだね。だね。
With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. How can you still doubt Reina after she shows you a smile like that? Easily. Very, very easily. Maybe I just had a high fever up until today. I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God were to grant me one just wish, just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I'd want what happened in the past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. Wonder how many times I'd wished for this these past few days. As long as Reina kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. But I wanted Reina to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling.
で、ケイチくん。昨日のおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれた？
That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Reina's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, Did you eat them all? Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Reina was asking, Did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that.
Keiichi-kun?
I was reluctant to give an answer. Reina stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi. Reina was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Reina playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Reina's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long as a pause as I had thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest.
うまかった。
So he answered in a way where he's like, I didn't eat it, but I get what you're trying to say. Let's see. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Reina's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Reina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
そうなんだ。で、全部食べたのかな？かな？
My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was trying to ask? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here.
いや、全部は食べきれなかったからさ。まだ残ってるんだよ。
I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it.
あれれ？どれがレナが作ったのか当てる宿題はどうなっちゃったのかな？
あの宿題って今日までだったっけ？
うん、今日までなんだよ。みーちゃん怒るよ。きっと罰ゲームだね。
We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Reina.
嘘だ!
I recalled that unexpected piercing... I thought she said that like now. Piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Reina's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only that particular time that something evil had possessed Reina? No, that was wrong. That was still Reina. Oishi-san had told me, didn't he?
実は調べてみたら、竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Reina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact wouldn't change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. It was some sudden outburst of anger. Maybe she'd break a pane or two. She broke all the windows, all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash. Walk. Wind up. Smash. Walk. Wind up. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Reina smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Reina treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Reina's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wondered what they did as Reina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Reina busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Reina to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Reina's new target. What would Reina have done to attract her? What would Reina have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would, be the next window. Reina staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underneath as she drew close. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Reina struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperately protecting my head. Reina didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Reina wanted didn't come out. Her classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut and some sort of reddish black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Reina momentarily lost herself in anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san said to me.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテに、レナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。その中に出てくるんですよ。結構。
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。お社様って単語が。
Following that, Reina was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Reina was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama.
お社様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるって言うんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
It was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture. But it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then, what Reina did, saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That was why I wanted to say that mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not some sort of curse. Except, if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I'd have to believe that those who acted kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was everybody? Much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Reina had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. Well, that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Reina. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Reina's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice, accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Reina and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in. For no good reason at all.
圭一くん？さっきから変な顔してる。なんでだろう、太郎。
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Reina's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exercised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Reina could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
鶴休みの圭一さんにはお似合いですことよ。圭一もレナもおはようございますです。おはよう、さとこちゃんにリカちゃん。
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
何なんですの？張り合いがありませんわ。圭一、まだ本調子じゃないみたいです。
Uh-oh.
うん。だから、今日は加減してあげて、ね。
Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit.
よっ、ケイちゃん。しっかり休んできた？
It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday.
ああ、おはよ
う。なんだなんだ。ずいぶんと覇気のない挨拶じゃん。差し入れのおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれなかったの？
I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out.
やっぱ食欲がなくてさ。いくつかは食べたけど、だいぶ残しちゃったんだ。
あれ？じゃあ宿題は？どれがレナの手作りかってのの回答は？
圭一くん宿題忘れなんだって。
で、
ありゃあ。じゃあ仕方ないね。
Oh my god!
罰ゲーム。
Minori! Oh my gosh! Let me shout you out before anything. Oh my gosh, Minori, hello! Minori, we are in quite the pickle, I will be honest with you. These girls are sus. Space Bear Raid, Minori, hi! Cloudy, hi Minori. Hello everyone. For those that are new, I am Mochi Kuma. I am a Kodiak Bear PNG tuber / VTuber. I play mostly visual novels, and we are in the middle of reading Higurashi. So Reina and Mion last night tried to feed me mochi with a sewing needle in it. And I am not happy with them currently. I am quite upset with them. Sussy Higurashi is so good. I hope you've been enjoying. Yeah, it has been good. Yummy. It has been good. I've enjoyed it, but like I've enjoyed it in like that way that you enjoy like horror content. Like it's so unsettling, but like that's what makes it good. And this game is like so old from what I remember. Like the fact that it's able to activate like feelings in me like now, even though like I've never seen it or anything, is like that's pretty good writing. Honestly, it is pretty old. I'm actually kind of afraid of what their penalty is for me not doing their homework. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There's nothing from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. Minori, I almost forgot. How was your stream? Did everything go well? I was thinking of rating you, but I was so engrossed in this that I just kept reading. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maibara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact, it terrified me. Seeing the Uso-da scene for the first time was super endearing. Uso-da? Oh yeah, where she like shouts liar. Oh my god. I freaking jumped. Like, freaking ear piercing, dude. Hope you've been having a good stream too. I have been. It's been quite hectic, but I've been having a good stream. Soon, the teacher came. Are you in on this too, Teach? After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Another dull, unordinary day, huh? This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. Why Machina, not a follower emote? Because the brick emote is now a follower emote. There you go. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Boo. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. They got Sachi, though. Sachi best girl, right? There you go. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation on my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But are they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover them. Okay, driving got to go. Okay, get home safely, Golden. Even though having witnessed all their suspicious behavior, a warning like this just made it seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. No, you get... Alright, Golden. Not even gonna... Alright. But really, Reina, the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maibara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe the sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How? My boy. How could that have been an accident? Literally how? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of doubt can only go so far. See, now my man's is like making somewhat sense. He's not gone completely off the rails. He's like, hold up a minute, wait, that's not even. Everyone get home safely. Both Reina and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. How is that a misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? Yeah! It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Reina just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Reina was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. Yeah, sure. Yeah. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying a thing? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Reina did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault.
いい加減にしろよ、前原圭一。お前、命を狙われてるって自覚
Why
ないのかよ。
would you say that out loud? I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. The little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Reina and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. It's late in the game. Such hesitation could be fatal. This dumbass, oh my god. I knew that. But I was just your average student. A man living his normal life. Keiichi, my dude. Oh. Valueus, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Do you think you could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right?
構えるな、圭一!
Shut the fuck up! This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There's only one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Reina and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me? I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I had their bells signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I probably would have happily jumped into that circle. When I played, I didn't even have voice acting, so this part makes Keiichi feel even dummier. Why are you screaming, my man? Yeah.
帰り支度とはあんまりですことよ。
The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, it was almost physically hurt.
あれ？ケイチくん、今日は都合悪いのかな？今日こそ二人で大勝利。はあ。
Seeing Reina's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. How can you think that at this point? You are literally fed a fucking sewing needle! some part of you is not going, ring-a-ding-ding, they're fucking trying to kill you. Slap! Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi on that copium. Yeah. Was Reina really trying to kill me? Yes! I wish someone would tell me it was Alex. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah. You let yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive?
大丈夫？頭痛いの？
Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Reina.
顔色悪いよ。一人で帰れる？送ってった方がいいかな？
No, we're good.
いや、いい。ごめん。一人で帰れる。部活はみんなでやってくれよ。
Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily.
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで、今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな。
ケイチさんにはリターンマッチに臨む熱いハートはありませんですの？情けないですわね。
I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
ケイチ、具合悪そうです。かわいそうですよ。
It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder.
ごめんな。みんな。じゃ。
That's all he said as I quickly left the classroom. He said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maibara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivety, while another part of me lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over that in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama. I was wrong for not believing in your curse. But I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump.
とにかく、作家のモチベーションってものを理解してないんだよ、彼は。
タイアップの話だって口約束なんでしょ？そんなに反りが合わないなら、きっぱりお断りしたら？
助け合いの世界だから、お互い様だとは思うんだけど、これじゃ仕事にな。
I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all day long. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends. But I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. Come on, man, you got Oishi, son! My man Oishi, the Chad. The absolute Chad Oishi, come on now. People I trusted. People I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. Oishi! I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to my mind was to tell my parents everything. I don't know if that's a good idea. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Reina, for example. That neighborly Reina, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'll be putting my parents in danger as well. Welcome back, Gildan. Considering that the victims in the past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. The entire Maibara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was knowing that something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was the one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. This means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. And the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. And then, When the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I'd just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived.
よし。少し見えてきたぞ。
I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah. It would probably be best if I had concealed a weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade. But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, the long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remembered there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or a memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to the desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Reina and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Is that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah. It didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up such that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. Didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in.
話中ごめん。ちょっと聞いてもらっていいかな。
I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me.
どうしたの、ケイチ？
お願いがあるんだけど、聞いてほしいんだ。もしもだよ。
圭一、急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。お父さんとお母さんはちょっと今、急ぎの話をしてるんだ。
I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request.
もしもだよ。俺が死んだらさ。
Both of my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers.
死んだらさ、俺の部屋にある時計、あれを棺に入れてほしいんだ。
If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them.
あの時計、工作の授業で作ったお気に入りなんだ。頼むよ。
どうしたの？ケイチ。何かあったの？
Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room.
俺さ、明日は早くに学校に行きたいから、もう寝るよ。おやすみ。
Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Reina. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Sheesh, man. Shit is tense. I absolutely not feeling so hot. New tip. Alright, let's look at it. Looks like this is in the classroom.
最近、ケイチくんの元気がないね。機嫌が悪いのかな？
さーて、どうしたんだろうね。恋の病にでもかかってるんじゃないの？
みーちゃん、それ飛躍しすぎ。どう思う？
さあね。ケイちゃんひょっとして、かな？
わかんない。
あの日、ケイちゃんと車で話してたの。 中年のでっぷりした男だったんでしょ？
Uh-oh.
うん。間違いない。
大石のやつ、ケイちゃんに何を吹き込んでるのかな？
真剣そうだったよ。ケイチ君は顔面蒼白だった。
あのね、レナはよく知らないだろうけど、実はあいつ、お社様の使いなんだよ。
ケイチ？
何の話？
あいつが現れるとね、必ず鬼隠しが起こるの。
Like Keiichi or Oishi?
本当だよ。
Are they talking about Oishi?
あれ？そうなの？
おととし、リカちゃんのお母さんが受水したでしょ？その直前に大石が尋問してた
Oh,
んだ
they
よ。
are talking about Oishi.
そういえば、サトシ君が転校する前にもいたね。
転校？レナはいいやつだよな。
で、今度はケイチ君の前に現れたんだ。じゃあ、ケイチ君も鬼隠しになっちゃう？
An empty silence hung in the air. Then it was suddenly interrupted. By loud laughter. Jesus. Good Lord, man. This was the first time I'd ever woke with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally decided that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
あら、ケイチ、今日は早いのね。学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood up after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
もう行くの？お弁当は？もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Reina and Mion on the way. Yes, today onwards, I was going to that school alone.
今日はいいよ。
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
そう。じゃあこれ、お昼代ね。ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket.
こんなに早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
いや、俺だけ。
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I just made an annoyed face.
レナが来たら、ケイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイチ、待ちなさい！
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down to the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have been normally met them. Of course, Reina wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with me on. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun is a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me.
あら、ケイチ君。
Uh-oh.
今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ？
The person who called out to me was someone who we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was... I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually pass each other.
今朝は早くに目が覚めちゃったので、気分転換なんです。あまり気にしないでください。
Throw out a random excuse.
レナちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？今日は一人なの？
ええ、まあ。
I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Reina was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because, for so long, we were always together, so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go so soft, didn't you? Beep beep beep! A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. Felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving into my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. A large mass was hurtling right at me. Jesus, Keiichi! Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Then my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in a contorted my position. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly.
待てよ、クソ！これって、ひき逃げって言うんじゃねえのかよ！
Yep, I mean, I would say so. I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I mean, it's fair. It's fair and valid. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road.
これって犯罪じゃねえのかよ！ちくしょう！
Shit. I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it would pass me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. My car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and I was kicking myself for not realizing it there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow, and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there's no doubt about it. That Vannon was intentionally trying to hit me. Cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time, they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like this now, getting covered in mud was the price I had to pay for my own naivety. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Reina and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? It was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. A strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No. What I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I can understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen. Because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will to keep me alive. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at the school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then, I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered what I could find in the classroom. I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. Think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely not be able to escape. I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There's no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store a pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. Ooh, an umbrella! An umbrella would be a good weapon. I know that from school days. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. An umbrella. Hey, there you go. Now my man's thinking. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that had exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt the metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt about it. It was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold that also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in Pee Wee League or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. How are we gonna go to the cheery music, bro? How you gonna do that? I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back.
Ah, まあ、ちょっとあってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to.
レディの前でお着替えなんてしつけがなってませんことよ。
着替えをじーっと見てるレディも、しつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change.
リカちゃんもレディなら、着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
僕はレディじゃないですからいいのです。
Huh? She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes.
じゃあ、リカちゃんも、今からレディだ。
レディなら仕方ありませんです。
Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned towards me.
ケイイチは野球を始めますですか?
It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat.
ああ、ちょっとさ。体がなまってさ。ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
She was talking like an old lady, despite her appearances. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more.
そのバット、なくさないでくださいね、です。
Is she on her side? Hey, Infinity! What's up? Glad to see you back! It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There's no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be barring it until they complained. It wouldn't be long just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. Oh my god, is that the emoji? Thank you for the shout out, Golden. It is me. I needed to make it known that I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped.
あれケイちゃんあんた何やってんの
Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
ああ、ケイチくん、野球部だよ。野球部だよ。
It was Reina and Mion.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。
For the championship.
別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。
I actually have a beer belly.
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
もちもちでタプタプ。
Oh my god.
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
To disrupt Reina from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校、教えよっか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんが、すごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。頑張ってね。
Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and the catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at that ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
くそ！何笑ってんだよ、俺！
Dude, what are you doing? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, ow! Ow! Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that, if they made me smile like that, ow! I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Reina confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that'd be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends. All along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault.
前原圭一のバカ野郎！だから！
I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air.
甘えるんじゃねえ！
Jesus. You finished the festival, right? Yeah. Also, they tried to feed Keiichi a needle. So, we already know that they're up to some fuck shit. That's about as much as I know. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I gasped with the sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. It didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
ケイチくん、やろうやろう。部活の時間なんだよ。
The sound of Reina's voice brought me back to my senses.
ほらほら、ケイちゃん、ぼーっとしない。机を寄せて。
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now.
なんだよ、ケイちゃん。今日も直帰なわけ？
Mion sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Reina was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
ケイチくん、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな？
She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest violently, tearing out the pins that held me in place.
そういうわけじゃねえよ。
I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears picked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning? Till we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time.
おい！いるんだろ、そこに！
With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Till the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves.
わかってんだよ！そこにいるのはよ！
I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadows, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal.
Lena!
Oh. When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word.
なんか俺に用かよ！
I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her.
別に、
Reina was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me.
部活はどうしたんだよ？
ケイイチくんがお休みしたから、レナもお休み。
関係ないだろ！俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ！
だって、ケイイチくんのこと心配で。
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Reina was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that really was the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone outright with me. But Reina didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me.
もうついてくんなよ。
Still glaring at Reina, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she'd ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more.
ついてくるなって言ってるだろ！
だって、レナの家も同じ方向だし。
じゃあ、レナが先を歩けよ！レナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く。
I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
レナは、ケイイチくんと一緒に帰りたいな。
You pulling out every damn excuse in the book, ain't you? Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
It seemed that seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Reina had understood what I was feeling inside.
わかったならほら、行けよ！
I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Reina looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again.
早く行けよ、早く。
行くから。そのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
Reina guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよ。これなら文句ないだろ。
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい、立ち止まるなよ。
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. Uh-oh. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Reina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. Oh God. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed? Without me realizing it, the air around me, it suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete. Like Reina and I was locked in this space. Reina didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Reina was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Reina into that other person who looks like Reina. But the voice was the one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Too shy to even turn around, Reina squeezed her voice out desperately. As she trembled.
なんだよ。
どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな？
The question Reina asked was by no means unexpected.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも、昨日まで持ってなかったし。どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一くん、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？おかしいよ。
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her.
突然、野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったから、バットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
変。おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一くんまで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。俺がスポーツに目覚めるのが、そんなに変かよ。
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Reina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。
Reina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。 早く行けよ!
I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Reina asked her final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの?
Huh? Wait! Was this... Oh fuck, what was his name? Satoshi's bat? What did she... Because there was no name on the locker, right? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前、何言ってんだ?
だから、なんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え!
Even still, Reina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だから、どうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの?
サトシって、え?
Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi? Did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Reina had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred it, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watsunagashi by a drug addict. Not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be... Satoshi Hojo? It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat.
ああ。これ、サトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんで、ちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろ、それくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
The way Reina said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時と、どうしてそんなにまで同じなの?
Oh. Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君も、ある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけで、スポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。
Uh-oh.
そしてね、ある日突然。
Then one day he suddenly... What? Reina had swallowed her words. Reina's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of that entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? And Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然、サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Reina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to the guy in the past. Reina knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
With that, I grabbed Reina's shoulder violently and forced her to turn around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
言ったよね。ケイチ君。
It was that person that I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Reina Ryugu I had been talking up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, a smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Reina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Reina brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Yeah, Infinity, we have some of the Grisaya emotes, and I unlocked follower emotes, so you can use those, but only in my channel. No Makina though. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her shaped lips grew even sharper. Like the curves of a crescent moon, she grinned.
言ったよね。ケイチ君。
After a short pause, Reina repeated the same words again.
サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Transferred? Meaning what? What Reina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up, and I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Reina, and me on my knees, underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. But right now, it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね。ケイチ君は。
Reina finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
What did she not want me to do?
転校。
God damn, dude. This shit is tense. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was in now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? There's a new meaning to transfer students now, yeah. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? Wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. Kidding, right? It had to be in my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear them blinking. Keiichi Maibara, there's no way you could hear that. My most bare instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me not that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at that same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there, then when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. All right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything.
どなたですか?
I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to the current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Pressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around. Until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. Couldn't be. They were invisible? It looked like they weren't there. But were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by magnet. The mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from right to left, beating against the entryway. I miss Machina. Machina would have clowned on Keiichi and everyone else easy. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. My man's going like freaking that. Who's that One Punch Man character with the? Is his name literally Metal Bat? I feel like it's not. I feel like it's not, but I feel like it could be. What was his name? I don't remember. My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. Yeah, his name is the Metal Bat. Literally the Metal Bat. I can't believe it. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my... Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. Straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi. Compose yourself. No matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I had been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Mochi is the second best bear. Well, at least I'm in the top 2. That's something. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admiring that it was Reina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Minori? Yeah, I would say Minori is a better bear. Minori is best space bear. We love Minori here. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable. But as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. Mochi is the top one best bear, and it's not even close. Oh, well, thank you, Infinity. Seems we have diverging opinions in chat about the best bear. Scratch his chin. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? Mochi is worse bear? Alright, well, I saw that coming. I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. If I keep fucking up my sentences, then I really will be worst bear. See? Can't even speak, bro. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there is no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts, or what just happened at the doorway, to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slightly possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed. I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was what really happened? I'd be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, that would mean admitting that Reina and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Reina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I'd be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't decide became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help think of it. Mochi, if you like Higurashi, you gotta play Yumineko afterwards. I know it's a while from now, but it's such an amazing game. Ooh, I might have to check it out then. But I just couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful would it be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Uh-oh. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Please be parents or Oishi. Please, sumimasen.
もしもし、前原です。
ケイチ？
Okay, good. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative.
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ？
The other day, we went out as family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive, so instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
ケイチ、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
You're leaving me alone?
え？今から？
This was really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。
Bruh!
お昼には出発してたからね。
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. Every horror movie. It would have taken longer.
ケイチもお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism.
でも、そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
ケイチ、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。ね。 とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。誤解もないし。
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。圭一、一人で大丈夫よね。
別に死にゃしないよ。
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
圭一、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。俺は、あがいてでも生き延びる。
そう。じゃあね。明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。
You know, you gotta wonder why they didn't make sprites for Keiichi's parents, or at least his mom. Like, she seems to show up fairly often, from what I see.
朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
Call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. Times they did go were normally planned out in advance. Never happened this suddenly. Couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. Wait, why? Oh wait, he was in his room earlier. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and that this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned on the TV on a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the whole house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, at the garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open and in plain sight. That was no good. I panicked and rushed out to the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper since I left in the afternoon. The evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. Dude, I thought that was my phone. Oh my god. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again.
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一くん
Imagine explaining that to your parents. Yeah, I just kind of went wild. I kind of went hog wild and let my freaking inner Babe Ruth let loose.
お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら？
今、ちょっといないんですけど。
You idiot! I'm just gonna leave it off there because that's what I'm thinking. I'm not even gonna say Keiichi. I'm just gonna say you idiot because we all know who the idiot is. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思います。
It wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again, or to tell her to call them when she comes back.
なら、結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では、失礼しますわね。
The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. My call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improv. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents weren't home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Is that going to be safe enough? Oh my god! I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
もしもし。
I stopped announcing that this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted.
どうも、夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Okay, my man Oishi. Oh, thank God.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか？
前原さんですか？こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that felt just a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. I never imagined his voice to be like this. That's weird because now I can't imagine his voice not like that.
いかがですか？その後お変わりは。
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked about that rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. When you play with no voices, you make up the imaginary... Yeah, that's what I did for Katala Shoujo. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital. We headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Reina and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
もしもし？聞こえてますか？前原さん。
すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特には。
The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
その、大石さん。やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで、大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで？
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。
I'm really proud of Keiichi right now, honestly. Because the fact that he's had, like, every time he's talked with Oishi, interrupted, but now he knows that there's a very good chance that his parents aren't here, that he's probably... There's a good chance that he's gonna die tonight, but he's not letting that stop him. He's letting somebody know. I'm actually really proud of that.
偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。証拠になります。脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。その針はありますか？
That's right! That's it! Keiichi got Mochi's approval. What an honor. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. Well, no, your mom cleaned it up. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It's just 2 days ago. I don't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened the lid of the pail, and poured out its contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it'd be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It's a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There's nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. Shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし、どうでしたか？
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。 保管しておいてくださいね。
That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run.
あと、大石さん。それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
That van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time.
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか？こちらでも探してみます。
Damn! At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow and annoyed at how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
あと、レナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
それはどんな感じですか？
But Reina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. That Reina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there were more to it than just simply disappearing.
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと、俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
Like Ash Ketchum.
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
天候と。
天候？
レナは、サトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Reina and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers. Reina was involved. Reina had to know something. Reina was suspicious. What exactly was Reina? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Reina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. its emergency meeting button. I wanted to hear about Reina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Reina was somebody I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There was no other residence as close to the Mybera residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment toward my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I'd still be here by tomorrow morning. Oh my god, no. Well, I had to ask. Right now. Because I had no idea when the next chance would come.
大石さん、聞きたいことがあるんです。
Dude, can you not hear the fucking doorbell?
隠さないでくださいね。
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask. About Reina. About what had happened at her previous school.
実は、レナの。
I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first. But I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time that the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put into making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
もしもし、前原さん？
すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
That would be a problem.
いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
はいはい、構いませんよ。
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That'd be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and walk home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends.
こんばんは。
Uh-oh.
レナ。
There shouldn't be any reason for Reina to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy. Because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Reina. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
さーてね。おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ一人。
うん。
Do not let her in that fucking house. It seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチくん。ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。
You can talk right there, honey. You can say all you need right there at the entrance.
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな？かな？
Nope, ain't no way you getting in this fucking house. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But...
うち、夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら、仕方ないかな。
Yup, can't be helped. You're staying right there. Reina looked at the ground sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging in my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Reina enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Reina. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
さ、ケイチくん。ご飯食べた？
Yep, ate full. Got plenty. I had some cup noodles. Yep, we're good. No, we don't need anything from you. No, I haven't. Don't tell her that. No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was gonna have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat whenever I wanted to. Let her in, Mocher. She's a bean. Don't. Golden would 110% die in a horror movie. I think we can all agree. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you would let her in, Golden. Ain't no way.
いや、まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。
I'm not letting her in, but you should. No.
これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
That's good. You can eat them then. Goodbye. Reina had out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。
What are you implying there, Golden?
ケイチくん、そういうの嫌いかな？かな？
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
I'm saying she's 100% innocent and Mochi should let her in, no consequences. Okay, buddy. Okay. So, okay, then why wouldn't you let her in? Why should I let her in, but you wouldn't? Hmm? Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Reasons.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm. That was the first time I tried them. Thanks for the hydration, soldier. Such a deep yet light flavor. Bro, you are not about to eat their fucking food again. There is no way. There is no fucking way you are about to eat food that this woman has given you twice. Ain't no fucking way. Oh, so let me hydrate real quick. Do it, Mochi. Thank you, soldier. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert, such as myself, he first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's household traditional pickles were wonderful, delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. It'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. Don't fucking... Dude! How hungry are you? Just don't fucking eat it!
それからね。
But wait, there's more. You're just paranoid. Let her in. No! So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make with cup noodles. Reina appeared to be in good spirits and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. Dude, this guy is such a fucking sucker. I can't believe this. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Reina suddenly dwindled. Reina did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Dude! How fucking stupid is this guy? I might die for good food, to be honest. Call him a dum-dum because he's a sucker. Though, the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. Thank you, my man. Jesus. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. Yeah, I'm the fucking alarm. Let me go ahead and cosplay fucking Keiichi's alarm. Ring-a-ding-ding! Tell that bitch to fuck off and throw that shit in the trash! This happy Reina, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house. Meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of the dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Reina. Did she know that my parents weren't home? But there's also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There's a chance that Reina was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It's hard to say that Reina didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding out to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Reina wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
そうなの？そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、
Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
でも、 ちょっとはおかずになると思うな。
No, it couldn't. No. No, it ruined the whole meal. I'd be like, what the fuck is this?
悪いけど、間に合ってるよ。うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから。
おかず、あるの？
Mochi made the anime girl upset. Listen, if she's trying to kill me, then it is what it is, bro. Tough titties. With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping out of my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Reina was saying. Reina was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact. And that, I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。
Uh-oh.
何を作ったのかな？
いや、別に俺が。
Reina had assumed out of nowhere that I made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったの？おかず。ケイチ君が？
だから、俺が作ったんじゃないよ。お袋が作った。いや、作ってるんだよ。今。だからさ、悪いけど、レナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
Bro, Mochi, I was like, Reina's voice sounds so familiar. Reina fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes, and I realized she did voices the main heroine in Clannad. Oh, alright. Interesting.
ケイチ君のお夕飯、当ててみようか？
Uh-oh.
なんだっていいじゃないか。
She's gonna say cup noodles.
ね。
She's gonna say cup noodles. Conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Reina was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯、お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
Oh no.
おい、侮るなよ。うちのお袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう、満願全席状態で、すごいのなんの。
I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Reina showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
ケイチ君。
Uh-oh.
本当にお母さん、ご飯作ってってくれたの？
いや、だから、くれたんじゃなくて、今作ってるんだよ。
Something that can be made with hot water. Pasta, potatoes, eggs, beans, etc.
もうすぐ晩飯に。
Reina had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Reina became.
ねえ、ケイチ君。
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept up from the gap in the doorway.
お母さん、お家にいるのかな？
I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Reina, you knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here. We'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her that she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
I could feel the humidity dying out from the surrounding air. Reina's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare.
どうして？
Oh no.
何のことかな？
I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Reina's eyes. That look informed me of Reina's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくの
Oh
か
my
な？
god. Oh my god. Fucking stab her eyes out. Get her the fuck out of that doorway. Oh my god. No, 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 no.
嘘なんか？
嘘だよね。
No. You don't know that. Fuck you. You assuming you can't be assuming shit about me. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know my life.
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ！
Uh-oh. Reina's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Reina and I were still separated by one of few inches that's slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. She seems normal.
ケイチ君のお夕飯、当てるよ。
Let her in.
ね。
No. I knew now that Reina had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there's no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. Well, if your parents aren't home, you're probably eating something easy, you know? Let's put it bluntly. Not a lot of kid boys can make many extravagant dishes. It's not hard to guess that you'd be eating cup noodles. But Reina said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was
カ
instant?
ップラーメン。当たりでしょ？
Oh no. How old is he? He's in like He's in like middle school, I think? I don't know. Infinity, do you know? Do you know the characters' ages? That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Oh my god. Keiichi finally facing up to reality. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃ、きっとお腹すくと思うな。
Around 13, I think. Oh, yeah, probably about in middle school.
ご飯とかも一緒の方が、きっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。
Nah, I'm good. Listen, Reina. I'm gonna need you to stop with this fucking interrogating shit. Alright? Now listen. 14. Oh, okay. If you think a man can't fill himself on some cup noodles, then you've not had the hot and spicy chicken kind. A man can feed himself off any cup noodles. You know it. Should be able to cook some basic and medium difficulties meals at that point, 1 to 2 advanced meals. You've got a lot of faith in the majority of 13-year-old boys. Golden, because I knew I could. I still can't. Calm down, Keiichi. This was just coincidence. Reina was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking almost alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist.
好きなの？
ラーメンが、かよ。
Me who took a cooking class in middle school and was the only boy in the class. See, there you go, Gordon. There's your answer.
豚骨生姜味。
Huh? Reina indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Reina had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて？
え？何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer that was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
Oh. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ!
I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Reina know even this? Not even caring, as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Reina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
確かに勝った。まとめて勝った。俺が箱買いした。
Took a cooking class in high school that was majority guys like 45 to 50%. Okay. I mean, I was also in a cooking class in high school, like a culinary class, but that didn't mean I could cook.
それがどうしてわかるんだ!
I was kind of just there to mooch off food, to be honest.
なんでかな？不思議だね。だね。
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる？なぜ知ってる？
The teacher was actually going to be throwing out plates and bowls and stuff that year for new ones. I still have them. Oh.
答えろ！
買ったのはセブンスマート。
Let her in, Mochi. I trust her. Okay, buddy.
だよね。
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade.
だから、なんでわかるんだよ！
ケイチ君の後ろ、ずっとくっついてたから。
Jesus!
何を言ってんだよ！
Couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
だから、レナが、ケイチ君の、後ろに、ずっとくっついてたの。
Get her the fuck out of there! Least creepy Redditor! Redditors be outside a girl's house like, m'lady, could you please open the door? Like, that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door, behind me, standing there just like that? That requires writers to be outside in the first place.
ケイチ君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ、後ろからずっと見てたの。いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。 それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それで圭一くん、大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。レナも好きだよ。
Oh, I'm sure you do, Reina.
豚骨ラーメン。でも、大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. The fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Reina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I'd let her in at this point. TBH food sounded really good. Not me being okay with this because yandere. Well, it's not really yandere, Golden, because like she's trying to kill me. That's not yandere. Yandere is just like, I'm going to fucking kill you. I saw you and Nevi call me out in Monster, bro. Sorry, Golden. I slowly took a step backwards. As I withdrew, Reina advanced.
だから、圭一くん。ここを開けて。
No, you can't come in.
レナと一緒にご飯食べよ。
Nah, stay out.
きっと美味しいから。ね。
Wait, what'd you say? Huh? Wait, what did I say? Oh, no, oh my god, close that fucking door. Fucking get a broom, get a goddamn sledgehammer. Fucking, back, demon. Back to Hades with you, foul witch. Get her out of that fucking door. About calling out Golden. I was just like, yeah, sorry. Reina's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, the feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. Wait a minute, does he only have a chain lock? Did he not have a lock on the fucking door? But Reina didn't do that. She was simply ignoring me to remove the chain. Imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて。圭一くん。
帰ってくれ。
Hey Reina, what kind of fool did you say you had again? Food? Oh, food. Powdered keg.
頼むから、帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my... It's time to get the bat. Beat her head in.
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
The powdered keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Reina momentarily off balance. Okay, close it back and lock it up! Couldn't hesitate here. Okay, good. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. That slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. Are you kidding me? And the source of that was Reina's fingers. Each of those fingers wiggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway.
痛いよ、圭一くん。痛い。
Listen, that's some tough titties, but fucking slam it! Break those fingers off! It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp. She was trying to keep back. I kept on pulling the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't lose my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Reina wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. That was why the door wasn't closing. Ochi, you need to treat ladies with more respect. Golden, she is trying to fucking kill me! I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything. Reina couldn't leave even if she wanted to, because I trapped her fingers. See, she just wanted to feed you. See, she's sorry. No! Reina's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Reina's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away, go away, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Reina's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Reina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, and voicing my rejection to Reina. Dude, are you fucking go away? Reina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Reina echoing her apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. I'd be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But I wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just...
You're mean.
Oh!
And here.
Hey, River! I felt a hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Reina. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Reina told me the same thing. Talk about mean, Mocher. Bro, what do you want me to do? Who do I have to throw a brick at? Reina! Reina's trying to break into our house! My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out. Not even open the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hime Mizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Reina as possible. The girl just brought by food for him and slammed the door in her fingers and rudely, okay, Golden. Golden really be a news article right now. One of those news articles that just like tells a complete fabrication of the story. One step, two steps, with each one her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Reina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard thump I felt. Was something in my bed? It was the receiver. Finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Reina for so long. How did almost no time pass? The hand on the clock was ticking forward, 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
もしもし、大石さん。
Please still be there.
お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、
Yeah, okay.
大してお待ちしていませんよ。
Oh, my man's still there. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. Drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
I was thinking, damn, how dark did Furukusaya get? Oh yeah, dude, we are now in what was I trying to say? Higurashi now, yeah.
遊びに来たんですか?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I need to know about Reina. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Reina, but Reina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. One thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I'd regretted it whenever I forced myself to think about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say that I'd hit rock bottom. Reina's sus, yeah. There's no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. Wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
竜宮レナさんのことですか? 調べましたよ。まあ簡単には。
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're a friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さん。
I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮レナは関わっています。
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか?
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
そうですか。
I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed.
大石さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか?
What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
Aww! My man Oishi! That was not the least bit reassuring. Oh, come on, man! Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed. my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to him.
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position.
だから、話してください。
But there's nothing he needs protecting from there? Yeah, sure, Golden. We'll go with that.
レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分、俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが、大石さんには、俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だって、まだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. And then I at least wanted to know about what had happened before Reina transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとって、つまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まず、いくつかお断りすることがあります。
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。
All I saw was a concerned friend making sure you ate. Yeah.
また、内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。毎年の事件は個々に扱われています。ですから、竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。つまりですね。
レナの調査は警察としてでなく、個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。ですから、裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。ご理解いただけますね。
全部聞いた話だけなんですか？
ええ、申し訳ないです。個人調査。
あれ？以前、レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
そんなことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire, after all.
話してください、大石さ
ん。わかりました。
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Reina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Reina confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
では、どこを詳しく調べたんですか？
I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa.
レナが起こした事件と、その後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんは、その内容を知っているからこそ、レナたちを疑っているんですね。
ええ、疑っています。
やはり、レナたちが犯人。
ああ、いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ、何を疑ってるんですか？
お社様ですよ。
Oh.
え？
お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかななんてまあ。
Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry. Certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to delve into Reina's past. Just then there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. Why would you leave the fucking window open? The violent wind danced into my room, making curtains flap wildly.
どうしました？
あ、いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
Seems normal. Fucking close the window! I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window.
はじめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。
Jesus Christ.
学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ根回しをしたのかもしれませんね。
Not foreshadowing.
またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。もしもし、前原さん。
Oh no.
聞こえてます？
There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Oh my god. Just standing there. Both arms at her side. In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room. Focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating, chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Reina instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Ushi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Wait a minute. Oh, you can see the blood from... Wait, is that blood on her fingers, or is that from just, like, the marks that the door left? I can't tell. Then I wouldn't have noticed Reina, nor would I have noticed that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window fixated on her?
もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
え、前原さん？
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
もしもし、前原さん、どうしましたか？
Even in this torrential downpour, Reina was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily, with my right hand blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Reina's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop! Sorry. I'm 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 sorry. Damn it! Why should I have to forgive her? Just yell out, apology accepted. I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. I won't forgive.
前原さん、聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
Damn, we ending the scene right there? Oh. Okay guys, we're gonna read these tips and then we'll end off on that. Split personality.
よく映画などに登場しますが、簡単に言うとどのようなものでしょうか？
複数の人格を持つことによる逃避と考えられています。
多重人格は逃避の一つなのですか？
さようです。そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、精神を守るために脳が行う防御行動の一つではないかと考えられています。
例えば、貧乏な人がお金持ちになった自分を想像するという現実逃避ってありますよね。これも多重人格なわけですか？
極論はできませんが、講義的にはそう解釈できます。つまり、誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか？
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。諸説紛々です。
では、精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか？
残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。
でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どういう人が二重人格になれるんですか？
Man, only somebody that is truly ignorant and doesn't even have any sort of empathy could say something like that.
なれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか。最近の研究では遺伝と死因が複雑に絡み合い、中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われています。
そういえば、この A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に。7つの人格を持つ青年 A。では、VTR の続きをどうぞ。ですが、その前にコマーシャル。
Bro. What the hell? At the 7th mark. The 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. Voice-sama? What's this, Keiichi? So many. There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different colored cup noodle bowls in the cart.
最近のカップ麺は凝ってて種類も多いんだよ。どれも一通りは食ってみたいし。
I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Hey, Chi. Buy them in the big case, it's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now that Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise.
それじゃあ一種類しか食えないよ。飽きちゃうって。
I was resisting as a formality. I had already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. You don't have to rush me. I quickly searched the cases of noodles for what I want. Pork bone and ginger, large cup? Hey Keiichi, can you get more? Can't you get a more normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. So when I plonked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me with an expression as if to say, "These ones?" To show her this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice.
豚骨はうまいんだよ。大盛りだけど大味ってわけじゃないし。
I remember insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. In this frozen memory and time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So, I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Reina. I rewound the situation, searching. But of course, I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presences again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way, and no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I definitely noticed if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then, I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. It was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. That was a terror like any other. The presence really had manifested behind me. I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly on my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was, realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tip-tap. But listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps under the mine, going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. While I was running, the sound of those bare footsteps going pit-pat were right behind me. Me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had ran at the time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That is why I made no sound. That was all. At that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. Sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I were sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved. So you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move. So you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit-pat. Yet that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close. It was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized. I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire body was trying to force me to stop, it began to administer a pain like a needle being stuck in my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around! I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around! I'm not scared at all! A scream I was unable to vocalize. I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What is this? Just as a person's mouth might bite into an apple, slurp the juices, and finally discover that it was an apple, my mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Slurp the juices and discover the apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was... Alright then. Jesus. Alright. Let's save it right there. And we will continue on in next stream. But I hope you guys are enjoying this, because this has got me very interested, to say the least. To say the very least. Like, Jesus, man. Apple. Hey, Apple. Hey, Apple. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go ahead and find someone to raid. I think I have an idea of who I want to raid already, but let me double check. Let thou double check. I trust the girl, and by trust I mean you should trust. Oh, okay. Okay, Golden. The double standards do be real. Switch. You know, guys, I want to try a different raid message today. She's fine. Let's try this. I had this thought earlier as like kind of a joke, but I want to try it. All right, that is the raid message. Let's raid Askew. I haven't raided Askew before. Okay, guys, we got the raid set up, so thank y'all so much for watching. Really appreciate y'all for coming in and dropping by and just chatting and hanging out with me. And I hope everyone has a good day. Bye-bye.